But my election should not be the exception to the rule. Rather, it should be the norm. Once we pass H.R. 1, it will be. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I'd now like to yield a minute and a half to my good friend, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for the opportunity to speak. Madam Speaker, you don't need to identify as a Republican or a Democrat to want free and fair elections. Frankly, ask any American, and I'm pretty sure they'll agree that the cornerstone to any legitimate democracy is the ability to freely choose their leaders. I'm also pretty sure that they'll agree that money has a way of corrupting just about anything, including elections, which is why I shake my head at the language in this bill that provides a 6-to-1 match for donations up to $200. Last Congress, they tried to do it with taxpayer money. That didn't go over so well, so now they try again, this time with some crazy shell game to accomplish the same result. I also believe that most Americans will agree that the right to vote is among the most precious we have. It's more important than getting on an airline. It's more important than buying an adult beverage. It's more important than cashing a paycheck at your local bank. Why would we weaken our ability to prove certain the identities of people voting in our elections is a mystery to me. Trying to convince us that H.R. 1 is for the people is like saying you're with the federal government and you're here to help us. No, thank you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to recognize a member of the House Administration Committee, our newest, one of the newest members in the House, but an accomplished attorney, the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez. For 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Secretary, increased voter participation should be the goal of every legislator, Republican or Democrat. Anything less is a betrayal of our democratic ideal. 4 million more Latino voters cast a ballot in 2020 than in 2016. Native Americans defied the devastation of COVID to come out and vote in higher numbers. And now, states across our country are trying to turn away these citizens. H.R. 1 is necessary now more than ever to protect the rights of every citizen to register, to vote absentee or by mail if you live on a reservation or just work on Tuesdays. We brought New Mexico's experience to this bill to improve voting access for Native Americans, respect tribal boundaries during redistricting, and reduce wait times at the polls. Our democracy is the very foundation on which we rest every American ideal. We love it, and we must protect it for the people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
At this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman, my good friend, Mr. Emmer from the great state of Minnesota.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Madam Speaker, for the second consecutive Congress, House Democrats have shown us what their priorities are. Is their top priority H.R. 1 about improving roads and bridges? No. Is their top priority H.R. 1 about improving access to health care? No. Is their top priority H.R. 1 about ensuring that our communities are safe? Absolutely not. No, their number one priority is themselves and their elections. Instead of prioritizing these important issues, they've offered H.R. 1 to eliminate our state-based system of elections, to codify practices like ballot harvesting, and to establish a federal match with taxpayer funds for campaign contributions. I guess federalizing our elections becomes the only option when your ideas, the very thing our constituents should be judging us on, are defunding our police and promoting government-run health care. The American people have soundly rejected those ideas, but that hasn't stopped our colleagues from finding a way to work around the will of the American people. The bill we're debating today, H.R. 1, is that workaround, and if adopted, will allow our colleagues to continue bypassing the issues most important to the people while guaranteeing their re-election to Congress. The American people are smart, and they're going to remember when they step into the voting booths next November that the top priority for House Democrats was not to address the health or safety of the American people. It was to undermine our Constitution in order to win elections. I urge everyone in this chamber to vote no on H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting to listen to some of the comments that have made here this morning. And we've talked a lot about Article 1, Section 4, that says that the Congress may at any time regulate these elections. But what's the basis for that? It's really Article 4, Section 4, which says the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. If a majority of voters votes and their votes are not powerful, they're not counted, or if Americans are prohibited from voting even though they should be able to cast their vote, that's not a republican form of government. So what we're doing here is the most important thing we could do, which is to preserve our American democracy. And with that, I would yield 1 minute to Mr. Hoyer of Maryland.
Distinguished majority leaders recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chair for yielding. I thank the Madam Speaker. Thank you. And I want to thank John Sarbanes, my colleague from Maryland, for all the work that he has done and the extraordinary leadership that Zoe Lofgren has shown in bringing this bill to the floor last year and bringing it back this year. It was passed with unanimous support on our side of the aisle because our members know that Americans are frustrated and they feel somewhat shut out from their democracy. This is a bill for the people. I want to thank all of those who have worked for so long on making sure that Americans have access to the ballot. Last year we lost an extraordinary giant in our country. His name was John Lewis, an acolyte of Martin Luther King Jr.'s and a servant for the people. This is a very, very important bill. One could say that everything else we do depends on this bill. Because in our democracy, government only works in those, if those it serves have faith that it is truly a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Of course, Madam Speaker, it was Abraham Lincoln who spoke those words, mourning those who gave their lives in a great struggle to preserve our union as it faced the evils of slavery, sedition, and secession. That war was a war to not only give freedom to other human beings, but it was also a war at its heart which tried to live out the creed that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator, not by this Congress, not by the majority, not by the Constitution, not by the President or any of us, but by their Creator, with certain unalienable rights. And certainly in a democracy, voting, knowing who you're voting for, are critical. Even in that dark moment of the Civil War, when so many were losing hope for the success of our great American experiment in democracy and constitutional government. In 2021, though the crises we face are different than in 1863, our nation is clearly facing grave challenges. January 6th taught us that. January 6th took us by the scruff of the neck and shook us and said, "Beware lest you lose your democracy." A pandemic has led to the deaths of more than 500,000 Americans. Its subsequent economic crisis has put more than 10 million out of work, and millions of families and small businesses are struggling to get by. Deep racial and political divisions threaten to tear our country apart, with misinformation and mistrust as dangerous to our republic as any virus or recession. The American people, Madam Speaker, must have faith that their government is truly theirs. Their collective expression and will is heard, and that it can deliver results that improve their lives and offer them hope for a better future. That is what H.R. 1 does. For the People Act. Reassure the American people that their government will always work for them. First, it will protect the sacred right to vote. Protect the sacred right to vote by ensuring that every American can participate equally and without undue barriers to casting their ballots. No counting of jelly beans in a jar. No reciting verbatim the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. No poll tax. No effort to make it more difficult for people to register, more difficult to vote. Bloody Sunday, a stark example of how committed some people were, and some people still are, to not permitting people who they think will vote against them to vote. H.R. 1 would be the most consequential piece of voting rights legislation enacted since we passed the Help America Vote Act, which I was proud to sponsor. Second, this bill roots out corruption in government by increasing ethical standards and limiting the corrosive effects of dark money in our political campaigns. My mother used to say, consider the source. Consider who's talking to you. And if you don't know who's contributing, if you don't know who's paying for those ads for Citizens for a Better America, who's against that? But you don't know who it is. You don't know what interest they have that they're paying out millions of dollars to promote. By forcing super PACs to disclose their donors, H.R. 1 will ensure that American voters know exactly who is paying for the campaign ads they see or hear. And by requiring presidential and vice presidential candidates to release 10 years' worth of tax returns, as most have done with one singular stark exception, it will provide voters with information critical to ensuring that those seeking our highest offices are free from conflict of interest. Are they representing themselves, or are they representing the people? Third, H.R. 1 will end partisan redistricting, whereby politicians choose their voters instead of the other way around. Too many voting districts are drawn in a way to limit voters' voices in our democracy. So many times we saw the central city cut up into pies, where you had a sliver of the city here, a sliver of the city here, a sliver of the city, and all of you know that happened. What was it designed to do? To take away the voting power of those who the people in the state legislature did not like. Now, most of you are too young to remember Baker versus Carr and Reynolds versus Sims, when the Supreme Court said, oh no, we're not representing trees, we're representing people. And you're going to have to district. And then we had subsequent legislation which said you cannot make it impossible for certain constituencies to elect people who look like them, talk like them, think like them. That has to end. And the only way to do it is through a national approach that creates, as this bill does, a nonpartisan process in each state. And lastly, Madam Speaker, H.R. 1 includes a number of provisions to increase transparency and accountability so that the American people can see what their elected officials are doing and make sure they're doing their jobs properly. Through all of these steps, House Democrats will deliver on our pledge to renew Americans' faith in government by making sure it works for the people. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, so consequential to our democracy and our ability to deliver results for our constituents. But I also ask the American people to join me in believing in what government can achieve when we take steps to make it work in the way our founders intended. With the challenges we are facing, with the divisions and mistrust that abound, let us seize this moment, as Lincoln once said, to rededicate ourselves to the work of ensuring that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Let us do so with a strong and my hope is bipartisan vote to pass H.R. 1 and send it to the Senate. Be glad to yield to my friend.
Well, I appreciate it. As the gentleman knows, we have had a dialogue back and forth about the need for amendment, the need for debate on the floor. And what I would ask the gentleman is, for example, if the gentleman would agree that in 2004, we had former President Jimmy Carter, Democrat, and James Baker, Republican, hardly ideologues, really, from the standpoint of division that we see today, agree that there are issues with mail-in ballots. And what I would ask is why don't we have a debate here on the problems and concerns of potential fraud with mail-in ballots that is a nonpartisan concern, as one example, and there are a bunch. So why do we not have that debate robustly here on the floor for the American people to see if we're talking about transparency? And I ask the question respectfully of the gentleman from Maryland.
Claiming my time, I thank the gentleman for his question. I think it's a legitimate debate to have. I think we've been having that debate, and very frankly, I tell my friend from Texas, I think we've won that debate. We've won it in the courts over and over and over again. That does not mean we ought not to have the debate here. Understand? And therefore, I would not be opposed to such a debate. This bill, I think, is a bill which has been debated over and over again in committee, on the floor, and has passed through the Senate. Unfortunately, the Senate didn't take it up, and we didn't have a conference, and we didn't have, because they had a different perspective on the question the gentleman raises. But they chose not to debate it. They chose not to address it. They chose to ignore the problems that clearly do exist. But I think the gentleman's point is well taken, and I think at some point in time in the future we ought to have that debate, either on legislation you introduce or others introduce, and I would support that effort. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for the viewers on C-SPAN that wondered why time stopped here in the House for that minute that the Majority Leader spoke, I just want to remind them all that that's what we call the Majority Leader's Magic Minute. Now I'm going to yield only 1 minute to my good friend, one of our newest members from West Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1, a twisted conglomerate of partisan policies meant to consolidate power here in Washington, D.C., to fully cement the swamp. This bill bans voter ID requirements nationwide, permanently expands mail-in voting, and legalizes ballot harvesting. I'm particularly disturbed by the fact that if this bill passes, taxpayer dollars will be directly funneled to congressional candidates and campaigns. The folks in my district, the 11th District of Texas, absolutely do not approve of their hard-earned dollars paying for TV attack ads of any candidate, much less a candidate they don't support. We need real common sense reforms to strengthen our election system, but H.R. 1 does just the opposite. I urge my colleagues to have this debate, to have a transparent debate, to talk about these issues. And I urge them to come to the table for a reasonable, thoughtful debate so that we can get to the real issues that the American people deserve. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee, gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the lady for the time, and I thank the Speaker for the recognition. This is an important and a good bill. It's a comprehensive bill that takes in a lot of issues that are important to giving people their opportunity to vote and that people the opportunity to elect their leaders in fair manners. The most important, I think, and Leader Hoyer addressed all the points, is redistricting. To have nonpartisan redistricting commissions decide how the state legislature and congressional seats will be designed so that they are geographic, understandable, and done without the intent of electing a particular party to that position. Right now, most of the districts are determined in the primary, and that's why we don't have competitive districts and people coming closer to the center to try to work together. This bill also has the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act. John Lewis was the conscience of the Congress. He almost gave his life in Selma, Alabama, to try to get the right to vote for people. Nobody should have to do that. This bill does it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I'd now like to yield 1.5 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. The Majority Leader just said, I quote, "Everything we do depends on this bill," close quote, and I guess he's right because the Democrats are trying to tip the scales of elections to their party. Besides giving the Uniparty in the swamp power, funding politicians with taxpayer dollars, and preventing the use of voter identification laws, Democrats will permit ballot harvesting and mandate nationwide mail-in balloting, which Jimmy Carter himself said is a recipe for fraud. Democrats are so enamored of power, it appears that they want to legalize cheating in elections. And if that isn't enough for you, they want 16-year-olds to be able to register to vote, as well as felons to also be able to vote, and illegal aliens. What could possibly go wrong? While most of the country has some doubt as to the integrity of our elections across both parties, my colleagues across the aisle want to ensure that we never have an honest election again. This bill is a dubious path on which they wish to embark, and if we do not stop it again, it will become increasingly difficult to depart to a better road that actually restores trust in America. When I hear the argument of voter suppression, I say, we had more voters in the last election for president than ever, more than ever. This bill is a monstrosity, it's a waste, it's unnecessary. I urge people to vote no. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to recognize the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, and I commend the Speaker, the Majority Leader, Chair Lofgren, and Representative Sarbanes for their unwavering leadership. We live in a cynical age. Some of this is due to the fact that the wealthy and well-connected have been granted access and influence in the halls of power far beyond what is fair. And the results speak for themselves: massive economic, health, and wealth disparities. It's also due to the fact that we have seemingly entered a post-truth era in which facts have less of a grip on public debates, particularly on our social media platforms. And so the race to the bottom continues, whether it's the big lie about the election or gaslighting the American people about the political leanings of the insurrectionists or the denial of climate change. The roots of these problems cannot be solved unless we reform our government, starting today. H.R. 1 is needed to help dissolve the cynicism and ensure that facts and honesty have a place at the table once again. I urge my colleagues to join us in passing H.R. 1. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, in spite of my hesitance to trust his timing, can I get a time check to see how much we have left?
Side has 12.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, thank you. And thank you to my good friend Lloyd, too. Now I'd like to yield 2 minutes to another member of the House Administration Committee, my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, we must protect voting integrity. The bill before us today, H.R. 1, nationalizes our elections. It imposes poorly drafted, unconstitutional mandates on states. The bill weakens critical voter integrity provisions. Let me explain. First, the bill guts voter ID protections. For example, in Wisconsin, a state with strong voter ID laws, this law would allow an individual to vote without an ID by simply providing a sworn statement. That's it. Are there other areas where we would allow individuals to avoid our laws so easily? Could you board an airplane by simply providing a statement as to who you are? The purpose of the provision is to weaken the integrity of our elections. But wait, there's more. This bill legalizes ballot harvesting. In Wisconsin, we saw a clerk in Madison conduct ballot collections in broad daylight. This bill would legalize ballot harvesting nationwide. The purpose of this provision is to weaken the integrity of our elections. And if that's not bad enough, just wait, there's more. This bill will allow federal funding of congressional campaigns. It would give government money to fund politicians' re-election campaigns. It would give government money to buy negative TV ads. I'm not sure about all my colleagues in this House, but I can tell you that not once has an individual told me that the problem with our elections there's just not enough money. We need to strengthen our election system. We need to protect the integrity of our elections. This bill nationalizes our elections, weakens voter integrity, is an affront to the First Amendment, and is a poor use of government money. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this bill, H.R. 1. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I just received word that the legendary civil rights leader Vernon Jordan has passed, and I feel that in addition to our beloved John Lewis, we are considering this bill in his memory and also to honor those who came before us who worked so hard to preserve our American democracy. I am honored to yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
The Speaker is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentlewoman for yielding and join her in her beautiful acknowledgement of the passing of Vernon Jordan. I also commend her for her great leadership in honoring our Constitution with this For the People legislation. I'm fond of saying of Chairwoman Lofgren that she has so much experience, so much knowledge, such deep values about our Constitution and about our electoral system and how they are connected. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your tremendous leadership. And I also thank John Sarbanes for his long-term dedication to this For the People legislation so that we can have elections that enable people to participate more fully. That's what this is all about. Mr. Sarbanes chaired the Democratic Reform Task Force. He was the godfather of this bill. His determination, his deliberation, and dedication to our democracy have brought us to this important moment for the American people. And I'm especially pleased that this moment is happening in March, Women's History Month, because I'm very fond of saying, if we reduce the role of money in politics and increase the level of decency and civility, we will be able to elect many more women, many more people of color, many more young people into elective office. But I'm absolutely certain of that in terms of women. And this legislation does just that. We the people, the first words of the preamble to the Constitution, how appropriate that that is what this legislation is called. I come to this conversation not just as Speaker of the House, but as a person who for years was a leader in the California Democratic Party. And our purpose was to remove obstacles of participation. Obstacles of participation for Democrats or Republicans. That's what the law requires. That was the right thing to do. Whether it was in registration or getting out the vote, we had to be nonpartisan, and that's what this legislation does. It's very interesting in the rules of the House that we can hear people misrepresent the facts, but if we call them on it, our words are taken down for mistrusting the integrity of members. But let's be very clear. There is no public funding, use of taxpayer money for congressional races in this legislation, no matter what you hear someone else said, and there will be an amendment on the floor. And speaking of amendments, there are 56 amendments. The list, just listing them, takes pages and pages and pages. So this will take a couple of days to deal with. So this idea that we don't have a full discussion and full amendment process. Well, let's not talk about process. Let's talk about the policy and what we hope to achieve. The first 300 pages of this bill were written by John Lewis to eliminate voter suppression, which has become rampant in our country. How do we say to our founders, We salute you for what you have done, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure we suppress the vote. It's so inconsistent. 300 pages written by John Lewis to eliminate this voter suppression that is rampant and current. Now what we've seen, even just in recent days, a torrent of pieces of legislation to reduce voter participation. So that's what we want to do. Another aspect of this that distorts our democracy is the partisan gerrymandering, and that's why I salute the distinguished Madam Chair for her leadership for a long time now in putting forth redistricting by way of commission. The people should choose their politicians. Politicians should not be choosing their voters by this political gerrymandering, and the legislation does that. Part of voter suppression that people don't always recognize is the suffocation of the airways of big, dark, special interest money. And one aspect of this bill that has such popular appeal is the fact that people will realize if we reduce the role of big, dark money in politics, we increase the voices of the people. We'll have a better chance to preserve our planet if big, dark money, special interest money, is not weighing in. We have a better chance of protecting our children from gun violence with background check legislation if big, dark money in terms of gun lobbies is not weighing in. We have a chance to reduce the cost of health care. We have the chance to increase paychecks. The list goes on and on. Big, dark money has been an obstacle to progress for America's working families, suppressing the ability of people to bargain collectively, suppressing the rights of workers in our country. So again, this is, as Sister Sarbanes says, this caffeinates all the other issues because it gives people confidence that it really can happen, that we really can pass legislation that is not dominated and the debate of it not suffocated, the airways suffocated by big, dark money. And of course, we have to look to what's happening in terms of misinformation in the social media and the rest. And what we want to do is to clear the air of that big, dark money, clear the air of political gerrymandering, and clear the air of the voter suppression that is out there. Just last night, the Georgia House passed a draconian new voter restriction bill which would end weekend voting, slash the number of mail ballot drop boxes, impose restrictive voter ID for mail ballots, among other actions. They know that their issues are losers with the American people when they oppose some of the issues that are very popular in the public domain. They know that big money and voter suppression is their path to victory. And that's why they're engaged in this. These voter suppression tactics are fundamentally discriminatory. In 2018, 70% of Georgia voters purged from the rolls were African American. And nationwide, counties with larger minority populations have fewer polling places and poll workers per voter. And in fact, 1 in 13 Black Americans cannot vote due to disenfranchisement laws nationwide. We must ensure that all voters have a voice in their democracy, particularly in light of many grave challenges that our nation faces today. Strong, clean, ethical leadership for the people is needed to tackle today's crisis, ranging from the pandemic and economic crisis to the national reckoning on racial equality and justice, and as I mentioned earlier, the surging climate crisis. The For the People Act will meet this moment. Again, the moment. Restoring the public's trust in government and re-empowering our leaders to fight in the people's interest, not the special interest. It will combat big, dark money in politics, taking on the power of special interest, forcing disclosure, reining in the lobbyist influence and empowering small donors. I do believe that one of the most undemocratic acts of the Supreme Court of the United States in its history was the so-called Citizens United decision. How could the justices of the Supreme Court ever have made such a decision? I don't know if they examined their conscience in light of what has happened since then, with big, dark money weighing in. And they gave very little opportunity. Usually, when the court makes a decision, Congress can act, change the law, change the perspective, make it more constitutional, whatever the question is. But not with Citizens United. They went all out, closed every window to any opportunity to make change in the House of Representatives, except one: disclosure. Disclosure. They said, okay, you can pass a law that says you must disclose. When this decision was made, we tried to have a Disclosure Act. We had 59 votes in the Senate, not 60, so we couldn't pass it because the Republicans in the Senate said, no, we cannot insist on disclosure. When that happened, the Chamber of Commerce, it was reported that they said, oh, if we had to disclose, our members would not be giving of their chamber, would not be giving in the big amounts because they didn't want the public, their employees, their customers, their clients, to know how much big money they were spending to suppress the vote and the discussion in our country. So the Republicans supported low disclosure. The money flowed and continues to flow. It must be stopped. Now, it would take a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United, and I think we should strive for that. However, in the meantime, it would take an act of Congress to say, you're proud of who you're supporting in big, dark money ways? Disclose it. Let's have disclosure. The public has a right to know. Your employees have a right to know. Your customers, your community has a right to know how you are weighing in against their interest, against clean air for their children to breathe, clean safety in terms of water, safety in their neighborhoods in terms of gun violence protection, safety in terms of preserving the planet, safety in terms of issues that relate to their health. The list goes on and on. There's a direct connection between the suppression of the vote, the suffocation of the airways with big dark money, and the health and well-being of the American people. So this bill will combat big dark money in politics. As I said, it will expand voting rights, ensuring secure and accurate elections, guarding elections from foreign interference. Let me say that again. Why would the Republicans oppose guarding the elections from foreign interference? This is one of the most popular aspects of this legislation in the public. Again, For the People will hold elected officials accountable, establishing tougher ethics, and ending conflicts of interest rules for all government, establishing conflict of interest rules for all government officials to ensure that public officials are working for the public good. The For the People Act is unifying, supported by majorities of American people across the country, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, more than 170 civil rights groups, labor, environmental, faith-based, consumer protection, and gun safety groups, all of whom know this legislation is urgently needed. 2 examples. Stacey Abrams of Fair Fight wrote yesterday, "The For the People Act understands the facets of free and fair elections, mitigating voter suppression, advancing a fair redistricting process, and empowering small dollar donors to have a more prominent role in our elections. Together, this comprehensive bill signals a restoration of our nation's commitment to the most durable democratic republic." Together, I'll say it again, this comprehensive bill signals a restoration of our nation's commitment to the world's most durable democratic republic, the United States of America. Passing and enacting H.R. 1 will put the American people back in charge of the republic, paving the way for transformative progress in terms of policy for our country, for the future, for our children. With this legislation, we can build back better for the people, advancing justice, opportunity, and progress for families in every zip code. To restore our democracy and to advance progress for the people, I urge a strong vote for H.R. 1 for the People Act, and again express my appreciation to Madam Chair Jill Lofgren and John Sarbanes, and so many others, Mondaire Jones speaking for the freshman class, and what it means to young people to come into the process, not to be blocked by big, dark money and foreign influence in our elections. Vote against foreign influence in elections. Vote for H.R. 1. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, no matter how many times Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats continue to say that there is not a publicly funded program to put money directly into her members' congressional campaigns, it doesn't make her statement true. In this bill, it's the first ever corporate money since 1907 that is laundered through the federal government, through the Department of Treasury, and goes right into our own congressional campaigns, up to $7 million using 2020 numbers. And also, I am angry that the Speaker continues to talk about states like Georgia following the law to make sure that their voter rolls are complete and accurate, when in her own home state of California, the corrupt Secretary of State would not even commit to removing over 400,000 deceased or moved voters from the voter rolls, and many of them, if not all of them, got live ballots. This bill would place the corruption that we see in California and export it nationwide. And let me tell you, that corrupt Secretary of State, what a deal. We now call him a U.S. Senator. Now, I'd like to make sure that I give 1 minute to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I would point out that the Speaker of the House came to the floor and used her magic minute, but doesn't stay on the floor and debate. That there is no debate on this floor. And then the Speaker said that there was amendments, 56 amendments. 49 of them are Democratic amendments, hand-selected by a small group in the Rules Committee. 49 are Democratic amendments. So don't buy into the kabuki theater that you're seeing on the floor of the House of Representatives. But you know what? I can't ask to take down the words of the Speaker, even though the essence of her argument is that I'm a bigot. Let's be very clear. The arguments being distilled on the floor today is that Republicans, my colleagues and I, that we are bigots. Why? Because they use fancy words like voter suppression to say that we are wanting to tamp down people's access to polls, and nothing can be further from the truth. Heaven forbid we want to use voter identification. Heaven forbid we want to honor the will of the people through their legislatures in the states, passing rules to make sure that our system is actually working using voter identification that the American people use to fly, that the American people use to do everything else. If I demand that,
Gentleman's time's expired.
I'm a bigot. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd like, before recognizing Mr. Sarbanes, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record a number of letters. The first from more than 150 groups urging support for the People Act, including the American Friends Service Committee, the Center for Disability Rights, Common Cause, the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, the League of Conservation Voters, the Sierra Club. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record a letter from the United Methodist Church in support of H.R. 1.
Without objection.
A letter from the Franciscan Action Network in favor of H.R. 1. A letter from the Friends Committee on National Legislation, the Quakers, in favor of H.R. 1. A letter from the Network for Catholic Social Justice in favor of H.R. 1. A letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights in favor of H.R. 1. A letter from the former leaders of the American Civil Liberties Union and concerned First Amendment scholars in favor of H.R. 1. And finally, a letter from attorney generals around the United States, the attorney generals of Maryland, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Illinois, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington. The attorney generals of all of these states have written in support of H.R. 1.
Without objection.
And I would now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the author of H.R. 1, Mr. Sarbanes, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair Zoe Lofgren, for your incredible work on this bill. I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the For the People Act, a bill that was designed to respond to the deep cynicism so many Americans feel when they look at their democracy and wonder if their voice still matters in it. We heard many grievances from Americans across the country over the last few years, but they fall into 3 basic categories. The first was they kept saying to us, we want to get to the ballot box every 2 years without having to run an obstacle course. We should be the gold standard among our peer nations when it comes to voting, but we haven't reached that point yet. H.R. 1 creates that opportunity. And by the way, let me thank the Republican voters across the country who in the last election used automatic voter registration where it existed, used early voting opportunities where that was afforded, used no excuse absentee ballot to cast their ballot in the midst of a pandemic. Republican voters, independent voters, Democratic voters. This is not controversial. We're just trying to create some baseline, uniform standards and best practices so people can get to the ballot box. When they get up in the morning and they've decided that's the day they're going to go vote, it shouldn't be a trial to get to the voting booth, to the ballot box. That's all we're trying to do. That's not controversial, and that's not partisan. Out in the country, maybe here it is, but not out in the country. The second thing they said to us is when you get to Washington, behave yourselves. Act right, act ethically, be transparent, be accountable. So we have a whole set of reforms in here that are designed to do that. And a third thing they've been pleading with us about is don't get tangled up in the money. Remember where you came from. Remember who you work for. Lean towards the people, not towards the special interests and the deep-pocketed donors and the insider political donor class and the big money and the PACs and the super PACs and the lobbyists. Work for us, the people. So we're trying to address that in H.R. 1. None of these things are controversial. The only controversy is how it's taken us this long to address these grievances that people feel across the country. H.R. 1, the For the People Act, is our opportunity to do that. And why is it a whole package? Because sometimes people say, well, take this piece, that piece. Because the people told us, they were smart enough to know, if you fix one thing, you don't fix the other things, our voice still doesn't matter. If you get fair elections in place, but when the representatives get to Washington, they get taken hostage by the special interest. 30 more seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
They still get influenced by the big money. Then you haven't solved our problem as the American people who want our voice to be heard. So we have to do the whole package. Let me close with this. John Lewis, who's not with us anymore, fought for voting rights. He knew the vote was sacred. He told us to keep our eyes on the prize. Today we do that. Elijah Cummings, who I served with in Baltimore for many, many years, told often the story that on his mother's deathbed, she beckoned him close, and the last thing she said to him was, don't let them take the vote. We're not going to let them take the vote, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to my good friend from the state of Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1. And I've always found it interesting that elections are the one thing my colleagues on the other side don't want to strictly regulate. See, there's this mythology amongst Democrats that common sense rules in an election are synonymous with voter suppression. They make it sound like you have to go through an obstacle course to go vote. This isn't true. It's nonsense, and everybody knows it. Truth is that 4 out of 5 Americans support voter ID laws. And countless Americans have expressed concern because they receive mail-in ballots for other people addressed to their homes. They want this fixed, and they don't want the problem to get worse. But this bill makes elections less trustworthy, not more. And trust is everything. When people can see the faults in the process, whether it's ballots at the wrong house or careless verification processes, they believe people are cheating. You can't just dismiss that. We have to fix it. But instead, this bill makes permanent the problematic election practices that cause distrust. For example, ballot harvesting, which creates serious chain of custody issues. Universal mail-in voting without safeguards, which creates the kind of chaos where your ballot ends up in somebody else's hands. Or forcing states to disregard their own voter ID laws and use sworn statements instead of an ID. The integrity of our elections must be self-evident, wherein the mere possibility of fraud is improbable because the process itself is airtight and secure. Many states do not meet this standard. We should be working together to make elections more secure, not less. And if that is indeed our mutual goal, and I pray that it is, I implore my colleagues to work with us. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Let me ask how much time is remaining on each side?
Gentlelady has 6 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Illinois has 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'd be honored to yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Ms. Scanlon, 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ms. Lofgren. Over the last 30 years, I've been a poll worker, an election judge, an election protection lawyer, and a civics educator working to protect the right to vote. I've seen firsthand the flaws in our system that prevent Americans from participating in our democracy. Voter suppression tactics, the influence of dark money, gerrymandering, and other anti-democratic practices have all disenfranchised voters. In my home state of Pennsylvania, voters have been the victim of such tactics for years. But Americans have made clear that we want a government for the people, by the people, and House Democrats are answering that call. I'm particularly proud that my bills to increase access for voters with disabilities, bring transparency to inaugural funds, and increase the availability of ballot drop boxes have all been included in this legislation. I'm also hopeful that my amendment to increase access to early voting for college students will also be included. H.R. 1 will strengthen our democracy and ensure that the power in our government rests with the people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I do have also a stack of letters of support I'd like unanimous consent to offer into the record. I won't go through each of them.
Without objection.
Thank you, thank you. Now I'd like to take this time to yield the last magic minute of the morning to my good friend, the minority leader, hopefully soon the majority leader, or the Speaker of the House actually, and He's not part of that California corruption I mentioned earlier. Mr. McCarthy.
Minority leaders recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, Democrats are pushing partisan legislation that would change how we conduct elections and how we can speak about political issues. This legislation is the Democrats' most pressing priority. Every single Democrat is a co-sponsor. Democrats made this bill, H.R. 1, which is reserved for the bills the majority thinks is the very most important. Madam Speaker, you know, and those who are watching and those across the country should understand that when you become the majority, you reserve the first 10 numbers for whatever you want them to be. So this could have been H.R. 2, H.R. 3, H.R. 4, H.R. 5, H.R. 6, all the way up to 10 or go in the any other number. When I went out to talk to my constituents in the world of COVID, out of work, out of school, not one of them would think H.R. 1 would be something for politicians to protect themselves to get reelected. But every single Democrat believes that's the case. It wouldn't just be in my district, but I would say if you talk to any American, they'd say, back to work, back to school, back to health. But Madam Speaker, the priorities here are wrong. But it's not just because the Speaker thinks it's so, because every single Democrat co-sponsored this bill. It was bad when the Democrats introduced it before COVID. It's bad that they prioritized this over the children going back to school, over people going back to work, or making sure every American who wants a vaccine gets one. Nope. It shows the truth, what people think the worst about people in Congress. They prioritize themselves over everything else. Let's understand this bill. After a year of our country suffering through a pandemic, the Democrats' first piece of legislation does not help the millions of students still out of school. It does not help the 10 million Americans who are still unemployed. No, Democrat legislation only helps themselves. Democrats want to use the razor-thin majority not to pass bills to earn voters' trust, but to ensure they don't lose more seats in the next election. Madam Speaker, I know the leadership on the other side predicted that they would win 20 seats. They only lost. I know that this is the most razor-thin majority the Democrats have ever seen in the last 100 years. So I guess that's why it's the top priority for every single Democrat. Now, there's problems with this bill, and let's first understand it. First, H.R. 1 sends public dollars to fund political campaigns. Yes. Can you believe that? The number one priority you got elected to Congress to do, forget everything else, I want to make sure I get more taxpayer money to fund my own campaign. I got to make sure I get reelected. Not that the kids go back to school. Not to distribute vaccines, but to create a slush fund so that politicians can run for re-election. Let me explain it to you. It's in the fine print. Let's say someone donates $200 to preferred candidate. Under H.R. 1, taxpayers now must chip in not $200, but $1,200. Where in the world can you get that type of return on your investment? That's amazing. You talk somebody into giving you $200 for your campaign, so the taxpayers now have to give me $1,200. No wonder you made it the most important bill, because it only focuses on you. Democrats want to raise this money through new fines on corporations, which the government will use to pay for campaigns and political consultants. I guess Democrats don't actually believe corporate money is bad in politics. Because today, corporations can't give. I guess they found a loophole to help them. Second, H.R. 1 weakens the security of our elections by making it harder to protect against voter fraud. This bill automatically registers voters from the DMV and other government databases, such as food stamps. In most cases, It would prevent officials from removing ineligible voters from the rolls and would make it harder to verify the accuracy of voter information. Currently, an estimated 24 million voter records across the country appear to be inaccurate or invalid. And as we saw during the pandemic, this created chaos and confusion. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent. Everyone has a personal story of your friend, your family, your neighbor receiving a ballot they shouldn't have. Every one of those stories erodes the trust in election integrity. Yet under H.R. 1, future voters could be dead or illegal immigrants, or maybe even registered 2 or 3 times. I guess Democrats just don't care as long as they get reelected. Third, H.R. 1 rewrites election law and imposes a one-size-fits-all partisan rules from Washington. Under the Constitution, we generally defer to states and counties to run elections. Democrats want to change that. First, they outlawed Dr. Seuss, and now they want to tell us what to say. They want to remove reasonable debates about early voting, registration, and no-excuse mail-in balloting from the states and counties and resolve them with a single federal solution decided by the whims of Washington. Now, it's not unusual because I know the committee is also looking at, even though someone didn't win an election, they want to appoint somebody different in Congress. They want to stop states from listening to their residents on the very best way to protect ballot integrity, whether it's passing voter ID laws or using basic safeguards like checking their voter rolls against the post office change of address system. And they want to mandate a no-excuse mail-in balloting and 15 days of early voting as the post-pandemic norm. Madam Speaker, in the last election, I would get at least twice a week, somebody would send me a picture of the ballots that were mailed to their home, of people who have died, of people who haven't lived there in 8 years. This would guarantee that continues. Fourth, H.R. 1 politicizes the Federal Election Commission by turning it from an evenly divided commission into a partisan one. But they're also going to create a speech czar. Can you imagine? The Federal Election Commission has an even number of Republicans and an even number of Democrats. You have the smallest majority you've had in more than 100 years. So your number one priority is to make sure you can't keep that bipartisan. Let's put our thumb on the scale and make sure we get one more Democrat than Republican. Then we could create a speech czar and tell people what to say and what they can't say. So they can't tell us in a bill we just passed that there's $140 million for a subway just outside the Speaker's office. That'd be wrong. But we also could get $200, but get $1,200 from the taxpayer. Who wouldn't want this bill? Every single Democrat does. Then H.R. 1 weaponizes the IRS. Can you imagine that? Allowing them to consider an organization's political views before granting tax exemptions. So now they're going to pick and choose. You first have to go forward. You know, I thought this was unbelievable until I read this document. If you live in China and you want to fly on an airline, you could walk up to the desk, you could have your money. That doesn't determine whether you get a ticket. You know what determines whether you get a ticket? Your score. What have you said? And if you said something that government doesn't like, you can't fly on that plane. Unbelievable, right? That could never happen in America. Well, now we have a speech czar. We've made sure the Federal Election Commission's where you are. And now we weaponize the IRS to do exactly that. Remember under President Obama's IRS? This power was abused by Lois Lerner and other bureaucrats to target conservatives, nonprofits during the 2012 election. It was a massive scandal, a clear and intolerable violation of public trust and a crime, which is why singling out groups for political views is banned. 130 nonprofits wrote to Congress to strongly object to H.R. 1. Why would nonprofits object to this? They said America should be able to support causes we believe in without fear of harassment or intimidation. Well, I guess they're right. Because if this majority makes the #1 issue in the world of pandemic, unemployment, and kids out of school the protection of themselves, I would be afraid too. If you're serious about restoring public trust in government, the ban must remain in place. Madam Speaker, Democrats call H.R. 1 For the People Act, but it really should be called For the Politicians Act. It's not designed to protect Americans' vote. It's designed to put a thumb on the scale in every election in America so that Democrats can turn a temporary majority into a permanent control. It is an unparalleled political grab. I urge all my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I reserve at this time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
I'd like to now yield a minute and a half to my good friend, the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Which is it? Which is it? For 3 months, the Democrats told us the 2020 election was fine. There was no need for an investigation. It was flawless. But today, they tell us we need to change election law with an 800-page bill. Think about it. We need all this, 800 pages, to fix a flawless election? Maybe something else is going on here. Last year, COVID was the pretext for making changes to election law. Partisan courts, partisan Secretary of States went around state legislatures in an unconstitutional fashion and changed election law in some states, and now they want to make sure those unconstitutional changes in a few states become the law in all states. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. This isn't the first time. This isn't the first time Democrats have tried to have it both ways, talked out both sides of their mouth. Remember what they said. Democrats said Republicans tried to overturn the will of the people on January 6, 2021, when we objected to 6 states, but on January 6, 2017, they objected to 10 states. The chairman, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee, objected to Alabama, a state President Trump won by 30 points. The lead impeachment manager objected to Florida, and the chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee objected to Wyoming. Wyoming, for goodness sake, a state that President Trump won by 40 points. They tried to overturn the will of the people in Wyoming. We know what this is about. This is about raw politics, and we should all vote no. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the Republican Policy Chair, my good friend from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
If my Democrat colleagues were serious about making elections fair and honest, they would start by enforcing a law they passed, the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. That law requires that every state and every county maintain accurate voter files. Yet the Pew Research Center reported there are 24 million people improperly registered. 1.8 million of them are dead. 2.7 million are registered in more than one state. The state of Michigan is 105% registered to vote, with 16 counties that are between 110 and 119% registered. Pennsylvania has over 800,000 inactive voters still on the state's voter registration files, and Los Angeles County has 1.6 million more people registered to vote than live in the county who are qualified to vote. There are 17 Democrat members still serving in this Congress who voted for that law, including the Speaker and the Majority Leader. If you were serious about cleaning up our elections, you would enforce that law. As if the federal takeover of elections isn't enough, this bill would also force taxpayers to foot the bill for campaigns. Just a few weeks ago, the majority stripped my colleague, Marjorie Taylor Greene, of her committee assignments. This week, though, they seem to believe that even though she isn't allowed to serve on any standing committees, she should receive taxpayer-financed campaign contributions. Based on the formula in this bill and what Representative Green has raised already, this bill would give her over $7 million. Every Democrat who voted to strip her of committee assignments has co-sponsored the bill that would send over $7 million of taxpayer money to fund her reelection. If this bill passes, it will create a ruling class and tremendously undermine Americans' right to self-government. In fact, this bill should be called For the Permanent Ruling Class Act. No one who truly wants fair and honest elections, no one who wants people to have faith that their vote counts will vote for this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady continues to reserve. Gentleman from Illinois.
Well, Madam Speaker, you can tell we've got some dedicated members of Congress here to debate this bill. Now, I'd like to yield 1 minute to one of the newest members of Congress from the great state of New York, my good friend, Mr. Garbarino.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are facing a growing public mistrust of our electoral process. In my district alone, over 800 ballots in Nassau County were sent out with the wrong names and wrong addresses. The school board election this year, I received 3 ballots at my house, 1 for me and 2 for the people that moved out 10 years ago. On election day, all over my district, Ronkonkoma, Seaford, Babylon, machines went down. Voters had to hand in their ballots, and then they were misplaced. I think all of us can agree that the legislative fixes are needed. But today we are debating a bill, a partisan bill, that sole aim is to secure a Democratic majority. This bill doubles down on problems that we saw during the 2020 election. Expanding mail-in voting, part of the problem. Legalizing ballot harvesting, part of the problem. Eliminating state ID, now you're just asking for a problem. Funding elections, I can think of a million things that can be done before we fund elections.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to another freshman member of our historic freshman class, the gentlelady and my good friend from California, Ms. Steele.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of free speech. I also rise today to protect our constituents' taxpayer dollars. This bill we are debating, H.R. 1, would federally mandate a 6-to-1 government match of contributions in congressional or presidential campaigns. That means that for every $200 donated to the campaign, the federal government would match $1,200. That's $1,200 of our constituents' hard-earned tax dollars sent to a campaign or candidate that they may not even agree with or believe in. In the upcoming 2022 election cycle, that means up to $7.2 million of public funds per candidate would be given to candidates. This is not how the government should be spending our taxpayers' money. H.R. 1 would also allow IRS to investigate the political and policy background of organizations before granting tax-exempt status. This is a slippery slope toward discrimination against organizations. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois.
May I ask how much time I have left?
Gentleman has 30 seconds left.
Really?
Yes.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Vote no on this disastrous piece of legislation, and obviously the timekeeper didn't keep the time right. I should have more. I yield back.
It's back. Gentlelady from California.
Ask how much time remains.
Gentlelady has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
There have been a number of statements made on the floor today that were hair on fire inaccurate, and 5 minutes would not be enough to actually correct the mistakes and the incorrect comments that have been made. But let me just address a couple of them. I keep hearing speech czar. And I must confess, when I first heard that, I thought, what the heck are they talking about? And I looked at the rhetoric, and it appears that there's an objection to Section 603 of the bill, which allows the chair of the FEC and other commissioners to take certain actions. Now, it has nothing to do with being a speech czar. There's no connection with that, and to suggest that the FEC doing its job is somehow becoming a speech czar is just not correct. I've heard a lot of comments about the voucher program. People have objected to our tax dollars being spent. Well, here's the good news. There are no tax dollars being spent in this program. It is a pilot project that allows for a matching system to see whether small donors can actually empower more diversity and empower the voices of ordinary Americans as compared to the big interests. And it's not funded by taxpayer funds, and it's not funded from a source that could be used for anything else in the government. It's an additional penalty to corporations that have done wrong and are fined. There'll be an additional fine to fund this pilot project. I've heard that somehow H.R. 1 would allow the IRS to go after conservative groups. That's not true. Section 4501 simply repeals a prohibition that prevents the IRS from examining the meaning of social welfare in the context of 501c4 organizations. That's about any group that misuses the tax code for politics, pretending to be a social welfare group, whatever their ideology. It never made sense to preclude the IRS from doing this job. That'd be like prohibiting the FEC from administering the federal elections code. Voter ID. Members act as if that is just a piece of cake. Well, 11% of eligible voters in the United States don't have an ID, and they can't get it because they don't have the money to pay for the underlying documents that it would be necessary to get that ID. And those 11% are disproportionately senior citizens, young people, people with disabilities, low-income voters. So what's the alternative? They sign under penalty of perjury. They can be prosecuted for a felony, if they are lying. Ballot harvesting. There's no such thing as harvesting ballots. It's about getting someone you trust to turn in your ballot for you if you can't do it yourself. And we've had that in California for many years, and I will note that Republican candidates used that extensively in California this year, and there was no evidence of fraud when they did it, and there was no evidence of fraud when Democrats did it. You give your ballot to your neighbor if you wish. The neighbor has to sign, and they turn it in for you. That is not fraud, and it's not a problem. And finally, I just want to address the issue of so-called federal overreach. You know, the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 4, says this: the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But here's the important next section. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. And that's what we're doing in H.R. 1. I think it's interesting that earlier this year, the Republican Study Committee endorsed the Save the Democracy Act. That legislation would establish national standards for prohibiting automatic voter registration, to make it hard to cast a ballot, to impose restrictive rules on vote tabulation. So I guess the overreach only matters to my colleagues if it empowers voters, not if it restricts voters. You know, for too long, this chamber has been silent, and this silence has hard to stop that silence and vote yes on H.R. 1. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-9 not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 179 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on House Administration or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of House Report 117-9, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking minority of the Committee on House Administration or the respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 179, I rise to offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, and 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rodney Davis, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This block of amendments provides important additions to H.R. 1 that strengthen the bill and enhance voter access. This block includes, for example, an amendment from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania that requires states to ensure that there are polling places during the early voting period on college campuses. This will help young people to engage in our elections, will likely help boost youth turnout. An amendment from the gentlewoman from North Carolina will help ensure the timely delivery of absentee ballots by the Postal Service. It calls for the Postal Service to perform same-day processing of ballots when they are received at a postal facility. An amendment from the gentlewoman from Georgia that supports access to the franchise. It implements voter protections by ensuring that states cannot prohibit access to voting materials provided by third parties, such as Get Out the Vote organizations. An amendment from the gentleman from Pennsylvania that allows for voter education information at naturalization ceremonies for newly sworn-in citizens. That will help educate and inform new citizens about the opportunities to register to vote. And finally, an amendment from the gentleman from Texas that exempts cybersecurity assistance, including assistance in responding to threats or harassment online, from limits on coordinated political party expenditures. I support these amendments. I urge their adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, we've had so much opposition on our side of this bill. I'm going to offer 1.5 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter, since we ran out of debate time on general debate.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the underlying bill. This legislation masquerades as a fix to the country's election concerns. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. This bill relaxes ethics requirements with the change in administration. It forces taxpayers to subsidize elections and election outreach. It compromises states' rights and leaves Washington as the arbiter of managing elections, which runs against the Constitution. It would limit free speech and weaken the First Amendment protections that everyone here holds in such high regard. This legislation compromises state voter ID integrity laws and moves to roll back the important work that has been done in this space. It alters the Federal Election Commission's makeup and effectively limits any bipartisan consensus or work that can be done. You see, this isn't a bipartisan bill intended to unite the country and mend concerns about elections. No, this is another partisan package that was rushed to the floor and subsequently could have serious consequences for our constituents and our nation. This bill will weaken what many states are doing to improve election security, and it establishes a dangerous precedent for the involvement of federal agencies in election issues. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I would like to yield to a new member of the House, gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, who has an amendment encompassed in this en bloc amendment. Actually, he has two. 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, the For the People Act, to restore integrity and ethics in our electoral process. To strengthen the bill, I have offered two amendments to empower younger generations to work together to tackle the challenges that will define our lifetimes. Climate change, gun violence, and reproductive rights energize and galvanize younger Americans. The right to vote is how they are heard and how they make change, and my amendments will expand and protect this right for young people. The For the People Act must live up to its name, and I am proud to offer these amendments that reinforce the importance of a democracy that brings all Americans, regardless of age, race, gender identity, or income, to the ballot box to cast their vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, in spite of once being an Ohio State Buckeye and an Indianapolis Colt, and it took him coming to Congress to finally win a football championship, I'd like to offer 1.5 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this en bloc amendment in H.R. 1, the so-called For the People Act. It's hard to know exactly where to begin when considering how misguided this bill truly is. If this bill becomes law, we will have nationwide universal mail-in balloting, ballot harvesting, and taxpayer-funded elections where for every $1 of contribution from an individual, the federal government will kick in $6. Additionally, this bill eliminates the voter ID laws in all 50 states and effectively eliminates signature matching. The sad truth is that there are things that we could be doing in a bipartisan basis to improve our election process. In the last Congress, many of my Democratic colleagues supported auditing of election results. I agree and believe we could find genuine compromise on that important point. But it's for all these reasons and many, many more that I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 1. It's a bad bill. And I'd like to remind my friend from Illinois that if it weren't for my participation, I don't know that we would have won that game. But, but with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California. Reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Gentleman is right. We really did enjoy having him on that bipartisan Congressional Football Championship team. Now, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to another star freshman of this freshman class, Ms. Bice from Oklahoma.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the package of en bloc amendments. These amendments continue to go down a path that is partisan and unnecessary. I also strongly oppose the underlying bill, H.R. 1, the so-called For the People Act. Madam Speaker, H.R. 1 would retract the hard work that states such as Oklahoma have done to improve our election laws. When I served in the Oklahoma State Legislature, we implemented requirements to ensure the security of our elections in our state. However, H.R. 1 includes a federal mandate that would take away the ability of states to oversee and manage their own elections. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from Paul Xerox, the Secretary of the Oklahoma State Election Board, in which he raises serious concerns that H.R. 1 would supersede most of Oklahoma's election laws.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Constitution is clear that states prescribe the time, places, and manner of holding elections. While the majority claims that this bill to reform our political system, the reality is that the changes in this bill would likely lead to a greater incident of voter fraud and would deprive states of the rights to oversee the administration of their own elections. Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
It's interesting, during this same debate 2 years ago, we had many in the majority come talk about this bill. Obviously, they must feel a little bit different this time. I would like to recognize another a star freshman of our historic class, my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
For length, how long are minute and a half? Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in objection to H.R. 1, the so-called For the People Act. Contrary to the title, The bill puts politicians ahead of the American people and codifies nationwide election changes made last year that shook the faith of Americans in the integrity of our elections. When Americans vote, they put faith in the idea that our system of government gives them a voice in our democracy. In this faith, it is betrayed. The Americans become skeptical of their vote. They trust the system that's built, and they do not want it to collapse. The bill would take us down this very path of losing trust by taking constitutionality, granted authority, out of the hands of the states and local officials and destroying the safeguards of election integrity. For example, not only would this bill do nothing to address ballot harvesting, but it would take the practice nationwide. We've seen the irregularities created by this practice and how ballot harvesting allows manipulation and intimidation in several elections across this country. In the 2020 election, this happened in Wisconsin, where ballot harvesting is not supposed to be permitted. In those instances, voter registration and absentee ballots were completed and collected in unsecured outdoor areas prior to the date allowed. I'm also proud to have implemented strong voter ID laws during my time in the Wisconsin legislature. Unfortunately, over the past year, I saw those protections steamrolled under the guise of the pandemic, allowing over 200,000 voters to submit a ballot without showing an ID. This bill would permanently open the floodgates by forcing states to allow individuals to vote without an ID simply by signing a statement, effectively banning state voter ID laws. As elected officials, we have a duty to maintain the faith of our voters in the integrity of our elections.
15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized 15 seconds.
For these reasons, I urge a no vote on this bill, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady from California continues to reserve. Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Here we are again with more federal election mandates that the majority would impose on our states and localities. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution gives states the primary authority to set the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives. Congress's role in this space is purely secondary and reserved only for correcting highly significant and substantial deficiencies. We saw nothing in 2020 that would rise to the level of a complete and total nationalization of our election system. To give you some sense of the level of control the majority feels it should exert over our elections, amendments in this block would mandate even the positioning of ballot drop boxes and polling locations. It would also mandate voters' requests for absentee ballots and the methods used for recruiting poll workers. The underlying bill would require states to provide 15 days of early voting at 10 hours a day, even in states that conduct their elections completely by mail. And the underlying bill would regulate the amount of time a voter could wait in line to vote. Here's the deal. No one wants any voter to wait in a long line to vote. But setting aside the constitutional issues for a second, do we really think this body can make a one-size-fits-all decision that works for the unique people who live in each of our diverse 50 states? This provision, coupled with the bill's private right of action, would simply set up a stopwatch stakeout at polling locations for ambulance-chasing trial attorneys. States run elections in this country. I urge each of my colleagues to speak with their state secretary of state, our chief elections officials, and local election officials. Learn from the people who actually administer elections. State and local election administrators know best the needs of their voting population. I speak with secretaries of state from across the country regularly to keep up to date on elections issues. And just last week, at the only hearing held this Congress on the underlying bill, the minority called the only witness who had even ever administered an election. So I know many of my colleagues could benefit from learning more about their state's election processes. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on these amendments and the underlying bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to yield to a new member of Congress from Missouri, a member of the House Judiciary Committee, who I serve with, the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today in support of the en bloc amendment to H.R. 1 For the People Act. Our country's unhoused community members are criminalized, disregarded, and demonized. I've been unhoused, and in those bleak days, I felt as though my own government had forsaken me. My amendment to expand voting access to our unhoused community is rooted in love, a love that says you do not need an address for your vote to matter. We must ensure our unhoused community members, our neighbors, are protected from states that want to suppress their votes. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I see we have a new clock watcher. How much time do we have left?
Gentleman has 1.5 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from California has 7.25 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from California? Reserves.
I did think for a second.
Are the members prepared to close?
Yes.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did think about just playing a game of reserve, 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 see how long that lasted. But instead, we'll go ahead and move on and close. I mean, we can't say much more about how bad this bill is. Just the distortions, the mistruths, and the just obvious malicious errors coming from the majority about what this bill does is frustrating. Last Congress, this bill was introduced. This bill started funding members of Congress's campaigns with taxpayer dollars. And back then, on the 2018 calculations, every member of Congress was only eligible to get about $4 million added to their campaign accounts. Now, if you look at the top 20, 11 Democrats make the top 20, 9 Republicans, top 20 in disbursements over the 2020 cycle. Every single member of this body is eligible through this 6-to-1 matching program to get $7.2 million. No matter what Speaker Pelosi says, no matter what the majority says, they can tell you it's not true. Read the bill. It's in the bill. And they're going to say, well, it's not taxpayer dollars. Let me tell you. Let me go through the process. It's corporate money. Corporate dollars that we cannot get in our campaigns right now. That is then taken from corporations who, in their name, are bad actors. Remember, Congress sets the level of fines. And a lot of these fines already go to good causes like crime victim funds, rape crisis centers. They're going to get shortchanged because that money is taken from corporate fines that are corporate dollars laundered through the federal government. They come out as public money, taxpayer dollars, and then they're given directly to members of Congress's campaigns. A vote on this bill, a vote for this bill, is a vote to give yourself $7.2 million in your own campaign.
Speaker, just a few points. I'm sure the gentleman from Illinois knows, we had a markup last year on H.R. 1, and one of the issues raised was the propriety of having taxpayer dollars fund the pilot program, the matching program. And we agreed with that observation. So we changed it. We made an amendment to address that concern. It's not an existing fund. If a corporation does wrong and is assessed a fine, there's an additional fine hit on that bad-doing corporation that would fund the pilot project. And if there aren't enough bad doers to actually fully fund the program is scaled back. There's no taxpayer money in this program. These amendments in this bill address things that are important. And let me just quote the letter from the Attorney Generals that I put into the record earlier. This is what they say, that state legislators, and they're talking about what's happening right now, have seized upon President Trump's baseless voter fraud allegations to curtail mail-in voting options, impose stringent voter ID requirements, limit voter registration opportunities, and allow even more aggressive purging of voter polls. In the wake of safe and secure elections, which enabled greater levels of voter participation in over a century, We should be building on this process, not dismantling it. And that's what this act would do. They go on to say, this act includes several measures that would neutralize these cynical efforts at voter suppression. I think we should recognize that what's going on in state legislatures around the United States right now is in fact what the attorney generals have said, a cynical effort to suppress the vote because we had the greatest voter turnout in American history with the new tools that the pandemic actually led us to. A broader opportunity to cast your vote by absentee, a broader opportunity to vote early. We had great turnout. And you know, I don't know in the end which party will benefit when more Americans vote. Could it be the Republicans? Could it be the Democrats? I don't know. But I do know this, who will win is America. America wins when all Americans have a chance to cast their vote. So once again, I would like to thank the Attorney Generals of Maryland, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Washington for standing up for the rule of law, for pointing out that H.R. 1 will lead to clean elections, and that American democracy needs repairing, and this bill will repair it. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back, urging a yes vote on the en bloc amendments.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the previous questions ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlelady from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady from California.
A recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
To offer an amendment en bloc pursuant to House Resolution 179. I offer the amendment.
Clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 6, 12, 13, 18, and 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rodney Davis, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Republican colleagues are the authors of all of the amendments included in this en bloc amendment, and I think these amendments represent a number of thoughtful amendments that will improve the bill. Included is an amendment that exempts any state that does not utilize voter registration on the enactment date of this act and continuously thereafter from complying with voter registration requirements in the act. This is reasonable, as North Dakota does not have voter registration, as the state does not require voter registration. It's reasonable not to force them to begin doing so now. There's also an amendment included in this en bloc that requires a report to Congress on the impact of widespread mail-in voting on the suffrage of active duty military service members, how quickly their votes are counted, and whether high volumes of mail-in votes makes it harder for those individuals to vote. Republicans and Democrats alike can agree that insights into how to better secure our election infrastructure are needed to protect our democracy. Included in this en bloc is an amendment to require a report to Congress on the data collection practices, the required necessary security resources, and the impact of a potential data breach of local, state, or federal online voter registration systems. Additionally, there is an amendment directing the Election Assistance Commission to study the use of blockchain technology to enhance election security, and I hope that study will include the use of electricity in the creation of blockchain technology. Much of H.R. 1's provisions are aimed at restoring the American public's faith in the government by improving ethics standards imposed on public officials. An amendment included this en bloc would require ethics waivers granted to the executive branch officials that have been granted by Congress to be disclosed, and require members of the presidential transition team to disclose non-governmental positions they've held in the year prior to starting their service on the transition team. I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for putting forward these amendments, and I believe it will gather bipartisan support. And with that, I would reserve.
And from Wisconsin, rise. Oh, gentleman's recognized. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge all members on a bipartisan basis to support this amendment. When reviewing H.R. 1 as introduced this Congress, I noticed it was missing several ethics provisions that were included in the bill last Congress when Donald Trump was president. But now that Joe Biden is president, those ethics provisions conveniently disappeared. What was missing from this updated version of H.R. 1 were the following provisions: requirements that presidential transition teams disclose a list of all positions each transition team member held outside the federal government for the previous 12-month period, including paid and unpaid positions. Requirements that presidential transition teams disclose sources of compensation for each transition team member exceeding $5,000 a year for the previous 12-month period, and a requirement that the head of the federal department or agency or their designee shall not permit access to the federal department or agency or employees of such department or agency that would not be provided to a member of the public for any transition team member who does not make the required prior employment and conflicts of interest disclosures. It's clear the absence of these provisions was pure politics, but my amendment adds those provisions back, since what's good for the Republican president is good for the Democrat president or his or her administration. Ethical principles are supposed to be universal. They're supposed to apply equally. And this bill that so obviously exempts only one political party from ethics rules, is it not ethical? Many Democrats should vote for this amendment, since it restores what Democrats proposed in the last Congress. We took the exact language and included it in this bill. If this bill had gone through regular order and had been marked up at a committee, we could have addressed these discrepancies at the committee level, instead of imposing this extended amendment process on the whole House. But this bill did not go through regular order, and so I offered this amendment at the Rules Committee. This amendment restores to the bill ethics provisions that were originally intended to apply for President Trump and his advisors, but were dropped from the bill for President Biden's administration. Applying ethics rules to one political party but not another is wrong. The Rules Committee, to their credit, took a step toward correcting this wrong by making this even-handed amendment in order. Now it remains for the full House to pass this amendment and to show its agreement on a bipartisan basis that ethics rules should apply equally. I urge all members to join me in supporting the Comer Amendment number 18 en bloc. and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I now would like to recognize my colleague and good friend, Mr. Armstrong from North Dakota, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate colleagues on both sides of the aisle recognizing the unique nature of the state of North Dakota. In 1993, the Voter Registration Act passed, and there were 6 states that did not have voter registration. And so, rightfully so, under thoughtful and considered language, they exempted the states who didn't have voter registration from the Voter Registration Act. Well, now we're in 2021, and the only state in the country that doesn't have voter registration is the state of North Dakota. So as this process has been going on and the different fights that exist, which I agree with my colleagues on this side of the aisle on a lot of those issues, we find ourselves in a fairly unique position in that the intent of what people are trying to do with this bill would have actually made it more difficult in a lot of cases in North Dakota for how we do things. We're proud of our quirky little election system. I will just tell you, when I served in the state legislature, I was the chair of the State Senate Committee, which was in charge of Judiciary Committee, which was in charge of election law. And North Dakotans are very proud of it. I also served as the state party chair for 3 years, so was very frustrated by the fact that we didn't have voter registration. So even in my own background, I had conflicting views on this, but I just appreciate the ability of everybody to working together because this is really important to my state. And it would fundamentally alter things and not in a good way. So with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I would now like to recognize my colleague, Mr. Burgess from Texas, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman for the recognition. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 1, Burgess Amendment number 12, which would require the Attorney General of the United States to submit a report to Congress on the impact of widespread mail-in voting on the ability of active duty military service members to vote, how quickly their votes could be counted, and whether the higher volumes of mail-in votes makes it harder for those individuals to vote in national elections. America's service members put their lives on the line to protect our country and everything it stands for. We must ensure their voices are heard in our elections. If the majority has their way with the underlying bill and permanently expanding mail-in voting, Congress must first know that such policies won't negatively impact those we rely on to ensure that our voices are heard in the first place. A second amendment, Burgess Amendment number 13, would require a report on voter data collection efforts at local, state, and federal levels, and make the resources necessary to defend such efforts from cyber attacks and the impact of potential data breaches of local, state, or federal online voter registration systems. H.R. 1, the underlying bill, includes the Voter Registration Modernization Act, which requires that all Americans have access to online voter registration, a significant expansion of this service in many parts of the country. Voter online registration can be quick, easy, and convenient. It also poses a significant risk for those same citizens by increasing the cyber infrastructure requirements at all levels of government and introduces cybersecurity challenges in areas that have not previously had online registration. We're all familiar with the concept. If it goes on a network, it can be hacked. Data breaches pose a real threat to Americans' privacy, to their financial security. We've seen time and again how poor digital hygiene or insufficient cybersecurity have created new vulnerabilities to Americans' personally identifiable information. Americans deserve to know how this mandate in the underlying bill will impact their local voting systems and their personal privacy. Many areas of the United States have successfully implemented online voter registration, and that can be great for those voters. However, many election precincts and even some states do not have adequate infrastructure or resources to ensure proper protection of the personally identifiable information that is required to be collected to register to vote. This amendment will provide our constituents information to either provide a sense of security that their voter data will be properly protected, or will serve as a warning as to how this could impact their voting system. I urge an aye on both votes, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Although I do not support the underlying bill, H.R. 1, these 5 amendments brought before us improve what is otherwise a bad bill. I think these studies would be helpful, in particular to our service members. We recognize the unique position and state of North Dakota in our system, and I encourage a yes vote on the en bloc. I reserve.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, as I said in my opening remarks, we believe these amendments are reasonable ones. We support them, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlelady from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Bush of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. St. Louis and I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 1, the For the People Act, which would restore the right to vote to our community members serving sentences for felony convictions. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Congressman Jones for this partnership. America does not love all of its people, and we see that. Right now, more than 5 million people are legally barred from participating in our elections as a result of criminal laws. That is 1 in 44 Americans, 500,000 Latinx Americans, 1.2 million women, and 1 in 6 black folks. This cannot continue. Disenfranchising our own citizens, it is not justice. Let's see. Madam Chair, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Chairwoman Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. I would just like to note that the underlying bill provides that once individuals are re-enfranchised, they may vote. And H.R. 1 also ends the practice of so-called prison gerrymandering, where persons who are incarcerated are counted where they're incarcerated, not in their home districts, even though they cannot vote there. Now, I know different people have different viewpoints on this amendment. The committee, Democrats have no official position, but speaking just personally, I feel there's merit to this amendment. If you're going to count the individuals for redistricting purposes in their prisons, then I think they have to be allowed to vote there, or else that entire scheme is completely wrong. Further, it occurs to me that those who oppose it think that denying a vote would somehow be a deterrent to criminal conduct. In fact, empowering people to be full citizens encourages rehabilitation. I thank the gentlelady for yielding.
Gentlelady, does the gentlelady reserve?
I reserve the balance.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
For
what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
I would like to yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague and good friend, Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, but I want to talk about all the, there isn't enough time to talk about all the crazy things in this bill, so I'm going to focus on the one provision I think that takes the cake and something that should have been put in this bill. The bill before us today, which I'm calling the Politician Enrichment Act, will force American taxpayers to fund partisan political ads. You heard that right, Mr. and Mrs. America. All those negative, mudslinging campaign ads you see on TV every election cycle, the ones you can't stand, well, now you have to pay for them too. In fact, you get to chip in $6 of your money for every $1 the politicians raise. How's that for the swamp taking care of its own? But wait, there's more. This new taxpayer-funded gravy train will expand a loophole in campaign finance law that is already big enough to drive a fully loaded Brinks truck through. Madam Speaker, thanks to a generous carve-out in federal law, members of Congress are able to funnel campaign contributions into their personal bank accounts by simply hiring their spouses as campaign consultants. In fact, one high-profile member of the body, this body, exploited this loophole to the tune of $2.8 million in the last election cycle. You think it's bad now, Joe and Jane taxpayer? Just wait until you see how bad it gets when you're paying for it. Madam Speaker, I filed an amendment with the Rules Committee to close this loophole, one based on, may I have 15 more seconds, please?
I yield 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for 15 seconds.
One based on a bipartisan proposal introduced by Mr. Schiff and supported by Mr. Hoyer, Mr. Clyburn, and Speaker Pelosi in the 110th Congress. But the Rules Committee chose not to allow us to vote on that amendment today. I wonder why. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Missouri.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute and 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I thank the gentlelady from St. Louis for her leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise to vindicate the right to vote as precisely that, a constitutional right, not a privilege, a right. It is a travesty that our nation's laws do not fully protect the right to vote. And the reason, of course, is white supremacy. 150 years ago, during Reconstruction, we tried to build a multiracial democracy in this country. And for the first time, black people won seats in this very chamber. But white supremacists were not having it. So like today's Republican Party, they devised ways to deny black people the right to vote. Thanks to the 15th Amendment, they could not expressly prohibit black people from voting, so they barred prisoners from voting. Then they invented excuses to put black people in those prisons. It took 70 years for a black candidate to win a seat in this Congress from the South again. These Jim Crow laws remain on the books. They are why over 5 million incarcerated people are barred from voting. These people look like me. They are parents, they are children. They fall in love, they make mistakes just like we do. They are citizens of the United States of America just like we are, and they deserve the right to vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I would like to yield 2 minutes to my colleague and good friend, Mr. Murphy from North Carolina.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in ardent opposition to H.R. 1, the alleged For the People Act. But before I do that, I just want to speak to the recent amendment submitted that would allow criminals, convicted felons in this country to vote. I've traveled around the world. I don't know any country in this world that allows criminals, convicted felons to vote. That is not keeping them from committing their crime. It's called punishment for their crime. And it's unconscionable to me that we're actually even debating some of these things that we debate on the floor now. The last election showed the Democrats' true goals for reform, a way to permanently federalize the state's elections away from Republicans. If someone would read the Constitution, it's a beautiful document. It talks about states making their own election law. This bill, if anything, should be referred to as the For the Politicians Act. Let's just look at the process before I lambast the policy. 183 amendments were submitted, yet only 56 were made in order. Of those 56, only 8 were allowed by Republican members. And thanks to the McGovern rule, Democrats are continually able to submit bills on the floor without a committee markup. It's called the democratic process, without a markup or a hearing. Policy-wise, things look just even worse. This massive bill provides taxpayer money to finance incumbents' campaigns. It curbs free speech, significantly increases federal bureaucracy and red tape, and creates the one-size-fits-all for the federal election system. Our founders purposely decentralized our election process to give states the authority to conduct smooth and open election day. Get the federal government out of state and local affairs. Not every precinct is equal or open to the same composition. Eastern North Carolina is not the same, thank God, as California, Portland, Oregon, or Manhattan. Furthermore, many of these changes were made without input of state and local leaders who have the best on-the-ground knowledge. Can I allow for 30 more seconds?
An additional 30 seconds.
Several organizations oppose this bill, but not for many reasons. I urge my colleagues on both sides to oppose H.R. 1 and support the Republican alternative, the Save Democracy Act. This is about our elections. This is what makes the United States different from everywhere. If we allow fraud in our electoral process, this nation is lost. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Missouri.
Speaker, could you tell me how much time I have left, please?
Gentlelady has 1 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Wisconsin has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. And let me just say, currently Vermont, Maine, District of Columbia, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico allow for individuals to vote who are incarcerated, just to be clear. Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan. Actually, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Please recognize for 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. I rise because voting is a right that must be extended to all people. And yes, that includes currently and formerly incarcerated individuals. In a country that has yet to fully make amends or pay restitution for its racist past, we must recognize that taking away the right to vote as punishment for a crime is directly tied to a racist mass incarceration system that continues to wreak havoc on Black and brown communities. The stripping of the right to vote of incarcerated people, especially Black folks, is directly connected to the racist past of our country, from slavery and Jim Crow laws to mass incarceration. It was done with intent to disenfranchise them for the most sacred right to choose the people and policies that govern. And Madam Chair, people need to look up. There are countries that allow formerly incarcerated people to vote.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri.
Right. Madam Speaker, I yield 30 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Seconds. Give him 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Our friends, our neighbors, and our family members who are entangled in this injustice system did not lose their citizenship, so they should not lose their right to vote. These are people from our communities, still connected strongly to our families, our schools, and our workplaces. As a result, they should not lose their right to vote. Their right to vote must be restored because these are individuals, people, not criminals, who can still think critically and creatively and contribute to our democracy. Our democracy will remain broken and sick and unhealthy.
The gentleman's time has expired.
We heal by restoring the right to vote to our incarcerated individuals. Thank you. I yield back.
It's expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues, Rep. Sarbanes and Lofgren, for their leadership on this bill. And just to put it out there as a reminder, we're talking about actual people. We're talking about humanity. We're talking about access. We're talking about the right to vote. These are people. These are people. I urge a yes vote, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor, say aye. Yes. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair,
I ask for a roll call vote.
in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlelady from Georgia.
Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. To Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on amendments on Block 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9, offered by the gentlewoman from California, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc. The question is on the amendments
consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, and 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on the amendments in block number 1. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on the amendments in block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the amendments in block number 1. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote nay on the amendments in block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote no on Lofgren in block number 1.
So you're gonna say it again.
Okay.
But it's House Resolution 8. Try it again.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote no on Lofgren in block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desaulniers pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote yes on amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on agreeing to en bloc amendment number 1 offered by Representative Lofgren. Thank you.
For what Does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on the amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Pasquale pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pasquale will vote yes on the amendment in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on amendments to en bloc number 1.
Does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Mr. Speaker, it's good to see you in the chair, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the amendments on block 1. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on block 1. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes
on the amendments on block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote aye on the amendments on block number 1.
Lady from Massachusetts rise.
As the member designated by Ms. Franco pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Representative John Katko of the State of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on bloc amendment number 1 offered by Representative Lofgren. Yield back.
Gentleman from California rise.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on amendments on Block 1.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on on amendments to N Block number 1. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on the amendments in N Block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on N Block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on amendments in Block 1. And Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will also vote yes on amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on amendments on Block number 1.
purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on amendments in block number 1.
from North Carolina rise.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on amendment en bloc number 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 200.
They're open. Larry, we're missing Spear and Fudge.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Trone votes aye.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on amendments on Block 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210.
Mr. Vela votes aye. Mr. Higgins of New York votes aye.
All right, on this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 210. The amendments on block are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 14, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9, offered by the gentlelady from Missouri, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Bush of Missouri.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Missouri. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on Amendment Part B, number 14. Is that fine? You can switch out.
Illinois, right? Okay. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designee for Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on the Bush Amendment number 14. Mr. Speaker, as the member designee for Mr. Reed pursuant to H. Res. 8, Mr. Reed of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote no on the Bush Amendment number 14. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the honorable gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I would like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on agreeing to the amendment number 14 offered by Representative Bush in House Report 117-9. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
As the member designated by Representative John Katko of the State of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on Amendment 14 offered by Representative Bush.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Pasquale pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pasquale will vote yes on the Bush resolution amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on the Bush amendment.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the Bush Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the Bush Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the Bush Amendment. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will also vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Where'd it go? Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote no of the Bush Amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the Bush Amendment number 14. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote no on the Bush Amendment number 14. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the Bush Amendment number 14.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of the 2nd Congressional District of Colorado, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz votes no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on this particular amendment. Will vote no.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on the Bush Amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on the Bush Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote no on the Bush amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on the Bush amendment.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I'm serious. I've enjoyed my
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the Bush amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the Bush amendment.
purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pasquale pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pasquale will change his vote from yes to no on the Bush Amendment.
Huh? Who? Okay. Okay.
On this vote, the yeas are 97, the nays 328. The amendment is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
You got Rodney Davis next one. Not just let everyone settle for a minute here.
It is now in order to consider Amendment 19, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
Could we have conversations taken off the floor so that we can proceed? Can we move conversations off the floor? May we move conversations off the floor so we can proceed? The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The need for this amendment is another example of this bill not being updated from last year. We have made huge efforts on cyber issues and successfully had an election year this year with no foreign interference. This is in large part due to the efforts of DHS and the Election Assistance Commission. I even took part this summer in a tabletop exercise to prepare for cyber attacks. If we had considered this bill in committee, we could have talked about our success in this area during the last election. This is another example of the Democrats not knowing what's in their legislation and rolling out their standard bill without a thoughtful review. Absolutely no one wants foreign interference in our elections. But the last thing we need to do...
Ben, could we move conversations off the floor? The gentleman deserves to be heard. Gentleman, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely no one wants foreign interference in our elections. But the last thing we need to do is create a commission with another layer of bureaucracy when we have programs in place that have been successful for our local election officials, and it's because of some great work by CISA that we should recognize them. Finally, this amendment would violate separation of powers and attempt to control the judicial branch, threatening our independent courts. It's disappointing that this is the only amendment of mine and the other Republican members of the committee that the majority Democrats allowed through. We submitted 25 amendments to restore the ability to run our elections to the states and localities that this bill takes away. Eliminate the fund to publicly finance campaigns using corporate dollars and instead use that money for pandemic relief for the American people. Preventing sitting members of Congress's campaigns from benefiting from this bill. Protect the Americans' First Amendment right without fear of retaliation from the federal government, and the list goes on and on. Unfortunately, the majority did not allow these amendments to come to the floor. While I urge passage of this amendment, for those reasons and many more, I urge a no vote on the underlying legislation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California.
I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment would strike subtitle C of Title III, the election security title in H.R. 1, which requires the President to produce a national strategy for protecting U.S. democratic institutions. It also creates a national commission to protect United States democratic institutions to counter threats. In light of the evidence of foreign interference in the 2016, 2018, and 2020 federal elections, the federal government needs a coordinated approach to protect and secure our democracy. While election infrastructure officials have said that the 2020 election was the most secure in history, we know it's not because our foreign adversaries are no longer attempting to interfere in our elections. They will continue their efforts, and we must take steps to ensure our elections continue to be secure. This provision in H.R. 1 is important to that endeavor. The national strategy will provide guidance on how to protect against cyber attacks, influence operations, disinformation campaigns, and other activities that could undermine the security integrity of the United States democratic institutions. The purpose of the National Commission to protect the United States democratic institutions is to counter efforts to undermine democratic institutions within the United States. The national strategy and commission will be important to protecting the integrity of our elections and preventing foreign interference in our democracy. We must stay vigilant. Our enemies are not resting, and neither are we. This provision is an important part of the bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment from the gentleman from Illinois, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
I think we're waiting for one person, Mr. Speaker, so I wonder if I could reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman
Mr.
from
Speaker,
Illinois.
can I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
There's 3 minutes on each side.
3 minutes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I yield myself as much time as I may consume. One of the big problems that I see in this election arena, Mr. Speaker, is a bill that 2 years ago was written with the assistance of special interests before we were even sworn in to the 116th Congress, and it was announced and put forth with every member of the majority signing on as co-sponsors the day we were all sworn in. That's not the process that the Democratic majority promised the American people when they gave you the privilege to serve in this majority. And now here we go again. It's like Groundhog Day. And instead of introducing the same bill, they made some changes, which is great. But still, this is a problem of a nationalization of our elections. Also, it limits free speech. There was no negotiation with us, no markup in our committee, no ability for us to have a voice. And then to top it off, none of us in the minority want any campaign dollars coming from corporations that's then laundered and then made into public funds through the federal government and then put into our own campaigns. We don't want $1, let alone the limit now of $7.2 million that each of us, each and every person in this institution would be eligible to get into our own campaigns. That's not campaign finance reform. That's not what my constituents want. And that is the furthest thing from what the minority wants. And I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, the individual who was going to speak has been detained, so I will just note that I oppose this amendment. I will wait until the next amendment to go into the underlying bill. I think much of what has been said this morning and this afternoon is simply incorrect, but at this point I would yield back if the gentleman wishes to close.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just stalling for your speaker to come down, kind of repeating some of the stuff that I had earlier today. So I'll gladly repeat it again later, I'm sure. But, Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this amendment. It's a common sense amendment that's going to protect the bipartisan work that our officials have done to protect America's elections and address cybersecurity issues and foreign interference. And I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes, gentlewoman from California, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 179, I rise to offer an amendment en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This block of amendments provides important additions to the bill. Among the amendments in the block is an amendment from the gentleman from Arizona that promotes language accessibility for voting. It ensures that notices at polling locations take into consideration factors including the languages spoken in the jurisdiction. An amendment from the gentleman from Arizona and the gentlewoman from New Mexico improves voting access for individuals with disabilities in the Four Corners region of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah by making technical fixes to the protection and advocacy for voting access provisions. An amendment from the gentleman from Rhode Island and Wisconsin implements a recommendation of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission to ensure the security of our elections and resilience of our democracy by creating the position of a senior cyber policy advisor at the Election Assistance Commission. An amendment from the gentlewoman from Virginia and from Florida prohibits taxpayer funds from being added into the Freedom from Influence Fund. During the 2020 election, Postmaster General DeJoy implemented sudden operational changes that disrupted timely mail services and the delivery of absentee ballots. An amendment in this block from the gentlewoman from Michigan ensures that can never happen again by prohibiting operational changes at the Postal Service for 120 days before a federal election. This block of amendment also includes an amendment from the gentleman and gentlewoman from Minnesota that requires state election officials to undertake accessible public education campaigns to inform voters of any changes to election processes made in response to public emergencies. Finally, it includes 4 amendments from the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands. One of these amendments applies federal voter protection laws to the territories, including protection against voter intimidation, interference, and voting by aliens in federal elections in the territory. That would be non-citizens. Another of these amendments permits each of the territories to provide and furnish statues in Statuary Hall. That's an important amendment that allows each of the territories representation among the statues in the halls of Congress. These amendments represent long overdue recognition of important contributions of the territories. I support these amendments. I urge their adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I rise in opposition, and I would like to yield 2 minutes to one of our... Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. Can we have order in the rear of the chamber, please?
Mr. Speaker, another star of the historic diverse class of new freshmen, Ms. Hinson from Iowa. I yield 2 minutes to her.
Gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the gentleman for yielding, and good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1. The 2020 election and its aftermath were chaotic and harmful to our democracy. We should be working hard in this chamber in a bipartisan way to restore faith in our electoral process. I've heard my colleagues across the aisle say that this bill would help to transform our elections. They're certainly right about that. H.R. 1 is the largest expansion of federal government's role in our elections ever. It would take away states' constitutional authority to run their own elections. When I was in the Iowa State House, we worked hard to secure our election system, to safeguard against fraud, and to ensure that only legal votes were counted. Our goal in Iowa was to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat, and we succeeded in doing that. But H.R. 1 would overrule those efforts, and it would force Washington's one-size-fits-all policy and voting practices on Iowans. H.R. 1 would also send taxpayer dollars directly to political candidates. That's right, the federal government would send your money to fill the campaign coffers of a politician you might not even agree with. This bill would take authority away from Iowans to run their own elections, while Democrats here in Congress are also laying the groundwork to overturn the official election results in Iowa's 2nd Congressional District, where the votes have been counted, recounted, and certified for Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks. Our Constitution is clear. States determine elections, not Congress. H.R. 1 will harm, and it will not protect the integrity of our elections. I urge my colleagues in this body to vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield to my colleague in the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, 1.5 minutes.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the gentlelady from California, the chair of the House Administration, for the work that she has done. It is interesting to hear a speech by the former president following in his tradition of denial of a fair election, but announcing that he believes that there should be only one day for an election to take place, denying essential workers, not recognizing the disaster of COVID-19, denying rural voters and minority voters the opportunity in some stressful times to be able to vote. H.R. 1 considers all factors in ensuring the empowerment of all voters in this nation. The United Methodist Church offered these words: "We hold governments responsible for the protection of the rights of the people to free and fair elections. The form and the leaders of all governments should be determined by exercise of the right to vote guaranteed to all adult citizens." This legislation recognizes that, and recognizes that the dark days of 4 years ago of voter suppression and opposition to minorities voting, the lack of empowerment, are over with H.R. 1. And I want to support amendments number 22, 23 to ensure that individuals with disabilities can vote. I want to make sure that young people on college campuses are not discriminated against, as they've been done in my community with polling places that they've had to stand long lines. I want to make sure as well that women are protected in the privacy with making sure that their addresses are not printed so that they may not be subjected to assaults, sexual assaults, and violation of privacy. H.R. 1 provides an opportunity for justice and the right way to vote. I ask for the recognition of that, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the subcommittee chair that has oversight of elections on the Oversight Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the chair and I thank my friend from Illinois. Listen, the American people expect and deserve free and fair elections. They deserve to have one legal vote cast and one legal vote counted. But H.R. 1 turns all of our election process upside down. It upends our entire election system. And why are we doing this? I was on, as my friend mentioned, on Oversight Committee the entire year last year in Oversight. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried to push H.R. 1 because of COVID. And we saw what that did in our elections this past year. It totally created chaos. But now we want to nationalize it. The worst thing in the world that can happen is for the federal government to nationalize our election system. And part of what's in here is universal mail-in ballots to everyone on the voter registration files. What a disaster. We know those files are probably 10% inaccurate. So we're going to have millions of illegal voters receive live ballots. Then there's zero voter ID associated with this. Why in the world would we want no voter ID unless this is some sort of scheme to get illegal voters the opportunity to vote without any proof of who they are, that they're legal? This is an absolute disaster, and ballot harvesting a part of this, restricting the right of states to run their own elections. I urge a no vote on this. I yield back. Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize for 1 minute the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my amendments 26 and 27 to H.R. 1. The Postal Service has been an essential service for the American people for centuries, written into our Constitution, and as we take steps to expand voting by mail, we must ensure that the Postal Service is not weaponized to restrict its mission to promptly and effectively deliver mail. My first amendment required the Postal Service to appoint an election mail coordinator to assist election officials. My second amendment would prohibit the Postal Service from enacting any new operational change that will restrict the prompt delivery of mail materials 4 months before the election, specifically targeting removal of collection boxes and sorting boxes. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments as part of this en bloc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlewoman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
How much time is remaining? We have a lot of folks that
6.
want to talk.
You have 6.5 minutes. The gentlelady from California has 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, again, give an opportunity to yield 1 minute to another member of this historic freshman class, our good friend from the state of Tennessee, Ms. Harshberger.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1 today. Despite its name, this act is not for the people. It's for the politicians seeking power. East Tennesseans and Americans want election reform that increase the security and integrity of our election, and they're demanding it. Instead, this bill erodes the public confidence in our elections. This bill picks D.C. bureaucrats over state and local officials, and it uses hard-earned tax dollars to fund political campaigns by a 6-to-1 fund matching provision. Now, let me repeat that. It's a 6-to-1 fund matching provision. I'm sure my fellow East Tennesseans agree this is a waste of money. Wouldn't you rather have your tax dollars used to fund measures to safely open schools or to expand critical access to rural broadband? These are the priorities we need to fund, not political power grabs and public financing of our own political campaigns. So I oppose, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Americans want to know that government officials don't have conflicts of interest swaying their decisions. For example, did they fundraise from an industry that they'll regulate? Might they take it easy on that industry as a result? H.R. 1 requires high-level officials to disclose if they've solicited or made political contributions to PACs, political nonprofits, or industry trade associations. I thank Congressman Deutsch for authoring this provision. My amendment expands this piece to cover chiefs of mission to ensure that officials representing our country abroad, such as ambassadors, are free from conflicts of interest too. We should feel confident that people entrusted to represent the United States are there not because of political donations, but because they're the best person for the job. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, the en bloc, and H.R. 1, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Lady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes. I may live to regret it, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway, to my really good friend from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Gentleman, you're sure? The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. This bill that's supposed to be for the people, one of the things it was really supposed to do, we've been told, this is going to eliminate foreign interference with our bill. They've been preaching on it for years. There was the whole Russia hoax, all these other things. Turns out there has been foreign interference, but the friends across the aisle were not serious and are not serious with this bill about eliminating all foreign interference. And in fact, that's why I filed an amendment that would have addressed that. They got loopholes big enough to drive several trucks through, and so we took care of it in my amendment. My amendment says, each state shall ensure no foreign entity carries out any role in the administration of elections for federal office in the state, including providing, maintaining, programming, operating, storing, compiling any of the equipment, software, supplies, or information used in the administration of the election. A nonprofit organization may not carry out any activities related to voting or elections for public office if the organization accepts funds for any foreign entity. And then defines foreign entity where it covers everybody and everything that's not American. So we got this amendment. It would completely plug the loopholes that the Democrats have so that foreigners can continue to influence the election. And what do? They say, your amendment, we don't want it. It's not in order. We're not even going to give you a vote on it. They're not serious about eliminating foreign interference, and that's a shame. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlelady from
May
California.
I ask how much time remains, please?
The gentlelady from California has 4 minutes remaining. The gentleman
I'm sorry?
from 4 minutes. The gentleman from Illinois has 3.5 minutes.
Thank you. I am happy to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of my amendment, which would bolster the mandate that no voter be forced to wait longer than 30 minutes to cast their ballot. In my home state of North Carolina, it is not uncommon for voters to wait in line for hours on Election Day to vote. Long lines come at a cost. For people who work or have family obligations, it's challenging to stand in line for hours to exercise their constitutional right to vote. Sadly, North Carolina is not alone. In recent elections, we've witnessed lengthy wait times at polling locations across the country. And research shows that people who live in poor, more diverse neighborhoods are more likely to wait over an hour or more to vote. Long wait times amount to voter suppression, plain and simple, by causing voters to leave before voting, by discouraging people from voting in future elections, and by decreasing confidence in our democratic process. We must end this tactic of voter suppression. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, and I yield back.
Expired. The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to take the opportunity to yield 1 minute to my fellow classmate in the 113th Congress, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMafia.
Thank you to the
The
alignment.
gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. You know, American voters deserve to have confidence in their election process. This is not it. Few basic principles. Voter ID so we know who's showing up, who's receiving ballots, a clean set of voting rolls so the people that are eligible, of all types, the ones that are truly eligible in this country, are voting from their proper domicile. We know that they're citizens. We know they're the right age. But somehow we find these things to be problematic, that it's somehow going to be suppressing votes. What? For people being eligible to vote, being the actual voters, that they live in the right state, that they're the right age, that they're citizens. It's ridiculous, the lengths that the Democrats want to go to upset our election process and the confidence people have in it. It could be really quite simple. Have the election end on election night. One place in my district, they found a box 30-something days after the election, had to open back up a certified election to take care of a box that had drop-off ballots in it. We're making a farce out of our election in this country, and this, by nationalizing them, will make it that much worse. Where in the Constitution, the Congress established the states will run their elections. We only need to have very narrow guidelines for how our federal ones are conducted.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress should be making it easier for Americans to vote, not harder. And that's why I'm pleased to support H.R. 1, especially in the face of reprehensible efforts all around the country to disenfranchise legal American voters. I also believe that when a state changes its election procedures, they have a responsibility to ensure that voters are informed of those changes. That's why I wrote an amendment to H.R. 1 called the Voter Notice Act, which simply requires states to perform public outreach to ensure that voters are proactively made aware of their voting rights. As we're too well aware, Mr. Speaker, bad actors are all too eager to exploit uncertainty and spread disinformation to mislead Americans and subvert the will of the people. The antidote is truth, and the Voter Notice Act will deliver it. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I keep bringing up our historic freshman class. I've got another member of that historic freshman class who frankly has made history too in her short time here. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to my good friend from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
And lady from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 1. While we're talking about voter suppression and long lines, I'd like to point out that there's real voter suppression that happens right here in Congress. Many members of Congress have to stand in long lines to enter the chamber, going through metal detectors, emptying our pockets, and being treated very disrespectfully. So that is real voter suppression, and it's a shame that it happens right here on the House floor. Standing in line to vote is not voter suppression. It's just part of the voting process, just like people stand in line to buy groceries at the grocery store. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman reserves.
I reserve. I think we are either waiting for someone to show or I'll be closing soon, Mr. Davis.
Okay, the gentlelady reserves.
Is the gentlelady asking me to stall again?
No, go ahead.
How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Speaker? I can give my comments and then you can have your time.
You have 2 minutes to stall.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to solve the problems of this bill. Clearly not enough, Mr. Speaker. I will yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the amendments in this block continue the Democrats' efforts to attack our constitutional system by nationalizing our elections and attacking the First Amendment. Even the Speaker herself said earlier on the floor that this body should consider altering the First Amendment. Unbelievable. And Mr. Speaker, as my friend Mr. Loudermilk highlighted earlier, any action by Congress in this space must be limited to correcting highly significant and substantial deficiencies. I had teams out in the field working under our constitutional authority as the House of Representatives as official election observers from October through February to investigate and observe the last election. We saw that there were certainly many bumps in the road and policy changes that many states should consider to run better elections. That's without a doubt. But there was nothing in 2020 that rose to the level of nationalizing our election system. These are state issues, and Congress, this body, must not act unconstitutionally in this space. Further, these amendments would also threaten free speech and punish those who work to comply with the law with even larger amounts of paperwork, simply to provide information already required by law. I see absolutely no reason for duplication in the federal government. It's big enough as it is. For these reasons, I urge rejection of these amendments, which would continue the majority's push to nationalize our elections and centralize their administration in Washington, D.C. And they will continue to be allowed to forward their full frontal attack on the First Amendment, just as the Speaker offered earlier today on this floor. And with that, I'll reserve if I have anything left.
The gentleman's time has expired. Your time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from California.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I just want to say this amendment is worth supporting. It makes improvements to the underlying bill. But I was really stunned to hear a comparison between members of Congress going through metal detectors because some members have, in violation of the rules, carried weapons onto the House floor, with voters having to wait 8 hours to get to the polling booth, which actually happened last November. It's important that American voters have access to the polls to cast their vote and to have that lawfully cast vote counted as cast. And that's what this is about. You know, I listened to my colleague, my friend, Mr. Davis, complain about the constitutional basis for H.R. 1. But he has also introduced bills like H.R. 6882 and H.R. 3412 and H.R. 7905, which would all require states to do certain things with respect to how they conduct elections. Now, I might disagree with the policies in those bills, but they all cite Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution as the basis for their legitimacy. So to say that we cannot improve the elections in America under Article 1, Section 4 is simply not correct. So we will have more debate as these proceedings on H.R. 1 conclude, but I will close with this. Please do support the en banc amendments. It improves the bill, and we will hopefully be passing H.R. 1 to make America an even greater place in the near future. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. All time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 179, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from California. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Rule 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceeding on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1, a bill to expand Americans' access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, strengthen ethics rules for public servants, and implement other anti-corruption measures for the purpose of fortifying our democracy and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 19, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9, offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what per, for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House of Representatives that Representative Rogers will vote yes on the Rodney Davis Amendment number 19.
For what for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the Rodney Davis Part B. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on agreeing to amendment number 19 offered by Representative Rodney Davis and printed in the House Report 117-9. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on the Davis Amendment number 19. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Huffman, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote no on the Rodney Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the Davis Amendment number 19.
does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the Davis Amendment number 19. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the Davis Amendment. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote aye on the Davis Amendment 819.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
The member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the Davis Amendment. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the Davis amendments. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will also vote no on the Davis amendments.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the Davis Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the Davis Amendment. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
On this vote, the ayes were 204. For what purpose does the gentlewoman... All right, for what purpose does the gentleman... Let's have a little order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Davis Amendment.
On this vote, the ayes are 207, the nays are 218. The amendment is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Should I try to get order or just? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments on Block 3, printed in Part B of House Report 117-9, offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments on block.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments number 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-9, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
The question is on the amendments on block offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee
North Carolina, close enough.
seek recognition?
Close enough. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gates of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gates will vote no on the amendment on block 3.
The gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition.
The member designated by Ms. Pingree, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote no on the amendments in block number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on amendments in block number 3.
Okay, nobody there. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments on block 3. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on amendment in block 3. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on amendments in block 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments on Block 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Neguse will vote yes on the amendments in Block 3 by Ms. Lofgren.
Purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the amendments in block number 3. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, and pursuant to Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on agreeing to on block number 3 offered by Representative Lofgren. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on the amendments on Block 3.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3. As the member designated by Ms. Franco pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the amendments and block number 3. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on the amendments and block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Rogers will vote no on the Lofgren en bloc number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on en bloc number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on the amendments on Block 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the amendments to en bloc number 3.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Huffman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3. That's right, right?
Purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desaulniers pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote yes on amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Chairman Jerry Nadler pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairman Nadler will vote yea on the amendments in block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on the amendments on block number 3.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on the amendments on block number 3.
On this vote, the ayes are 221, the nays are 207. The amendments on block are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1 is postponed. Pursuant to Section 5A 1B of House Resolution 8, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.